Okay, for installation of the Python, you can go to python.org, and there are two options. You can go to download if you have Windows, and you can see this one, Python 3.12.4, or if you have Mac, you can just choose this one, and the other option is you can just go and click on this one. You see some of the options on the tables, and since I have Windows installed, I will just click on these options, and then I will re-click. Since I have already again installed this one, the program thinks that I want to modify the program or repair or uninstall, so I will click on this one. So PIP is very important, preferred installer program. So, and then you click on next. So I cannot, it is very important to add Python to environment variables, and then you click install, and some cases some people want to change these ones, and they put the location of the installation in D, for example, /Python folder. So unfortunately I haven't done that, but in the future I will do this. Okay, I will cancel this one now. You can just click on install and next, blah blah blah. In the next part, you can go to you just press Windows key and R and just type CMD. CMD is a command prompt, and just you click here Python, and you see that 3.12.4 is installed, which is the latest version. Yes. Okay. Okay, now when we see these three signs, it acts like a Python interpreter. Let's do some calculation. 2 plus 2, for example, is 4, and 2 greater than 4, it will gives us some booleans, and 2 greater, that's it. So it is a syntax error. Syntax error is like a grammar in language. So, but this is not the way that we do it in programming. We have to use a IDE, or you might use the editor, any editor. There are two options actually. We have two kind of tools. One of them is editor. People usually use VS Code, and I will save it on YTP. Okay, I will create a folder here. Okay, and here you need to open the Explorer, then you can see all of your files and everything here. Okay, we will go to open folder, and there is no folder, so we will select the same one. Yeah, I trust the authors because I am the one. Okay, choose the theme. I will choose the dark mode. Yeah, dark high contrast. Because no, I don't like this. This one is much better, I think. Yeah, and then next section. Here there are two options. So if we click on here, it should show us, for example, Python, and we need to install this one first. Okay, now it is installed. Yeah, great. And then you will go back to the welcome tab, and it will mark down a new file. New file, you just create a Python file, for example, hello world. The name is better to be like this, and yeah, that's it. Okay, then you can start, for example, print. Always the students start like this, hello world. Okay, after print you need to make sure that we have open parentheses and close parentheses. Print is a function. Now we are calling a function, and then it will execute this hello world. statement. Whenever you work with text, you need to put your text between quotes, like here. You can also put a single quote here. For example, you will copy this one, Control V, and you put single quote. So now we will close the Explorer. Yeah, and now you will hold the Control and the key that is on the left side of your number one, and it will show you the integrated terminal here. Okay, after I hold the Control key and press that button and open the integrated terminal. As you see, it will also show you Control plus. I don't know what is the name of the key next to one, but anyway, yeah. Now you need to type just Python and the name of the file. But there is a problem that most of the students might ask me in the future. So I will explain now. And please listen carefully. So here, when we run this one, it said that no such a file or directory. Anyway, yeah, I made a mistake. I think I should also put py. Yeah, it has the file, but it will do nothing. It doesn't print anything because you see this white circle. It means that we didn't save the file. So we will just click on this window and hold the Control and S. Now that is gone. The white circle is gone. Now we will see hello world, hello world. Anyway, the name of the, I always forget, Backtech is plus Control to open the terminal. Here again we print this one. There is another option for print one. No, sorry. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, again you see the white circle. Control S, and we just hold the Control and the Backtech. It will open and close it. Okay, it will show us how to open the terminal or to close the terminal in VS. Okay, now let us make this as interesting. If you just press, for example, I will add one space here, 1, 2, and then put a star here, and 10. Again, you need to save this one, Control S, and okay, how can I bring the comments with arrow key up and down? So now you see that this part is repeated several times. Okay, the instructions here are executed in order. So okay, now we want to put, for example, some stars times 10, and then we'll save it again, and why it didn't show me anything? Okay, just let's do it again. Yeah, we see these ones. I think this is something in the middle or somewhere. I can't see that. Anyway. Okay, remember that this hashtag is like a comment, is act as a comment actually. Okay, now let us go to learn the variables. So this is section 2. Okay, variables are, or actually it's better to say like this, we use variables to store data in computer's memory. Okay, here are a few examples. I'm gonna define a variable called students, for example. I don't know, count, for example. We usually use this example. And we will set this one to, for example, 66. Okay, now if we just type in print, for example, student, okay, you see that it will show us a student's count. And now you just press enter, and we want to run the program again here. Hello world, for example. But we didn't save these ones. Okay, so here I type in clear, and we see that it shows us the 66. This is the number that is saved in the memory. Okay, we have different kinds of variables. Let us see some other of them. For example, I don't know, for example, rating equal to, for example, 7.77. It is a floating number. Or, for example, is published, your paper is published or not. You can put it, for example, true. So Boolean's value can be true or false. For example, you can put again here false, but anyway, I will change this one to _1. These are like yes and no in English. Okay, the bad news, or maybe the good news, is that the Python is case sensitive. If, for example, you put this one instead of capital F, put it lowercase. Let us save this one and run the program. Yeah, you see that it says that it's not defined. So the next variables that I want to show you is, for example, course name is, for example, a string. So it is actually a sequence of Python programming with Sayat, for example. So now again, we save this one. Remember to save this one, and we will go to the terminal and, oh, I forgot to change this one to F. So again, we save this one, we go back to the terminal. Easy. You see everything, and you can also print this one. Print. And print is a built-in function. As you said, all of the built-in function have to have parentheses. Easy. Here you need to make sure that all of your names are descriptive, and also it is meaningful. For example, here is published, true or no, false. Okay, a course name. Actually, it's better to put the first one as lowercase. So first, let us increase the font size here. First, we go to, I don't remember, file, and then preferences, and then setting, and then you can just type here font size. It doesn't show you this one by default because I have searched this one before, so it shows me these ones. And then, okay, and then here again for the terminal, integrated, you can also put this 128. And you see the effect here. For example, if you put 50, yeah, so we put it 28. And we close this one. Yeah, now it's much better, I think. There are another 3 options that I want to suggest this to you. Okay, so first of all, it's better to not have any, for example, capital letters. I will select all of these to lowercase, and then between 2 words use the underscore, and don't use mystical variables such as, for example, instead of rating put R1. Just make sure that it is completely descriptive and it has some meanings. And again, we change this one to course name. Yeah, it is much better now. Actually, this one is still a dirty code. We need to make sure that we have 1 space before and 1 space after the equal sign. This is very important for me. And remember, in Python, you cannot have something like this as a variable. You cannot put a space here. You have to put an underscore to make sure that it works. So it is much better now. You need to make sure that all of the variables are in lowercase, and it should be descriptive and meaningful. But anyway, if you have, for example, define the coordinate, you can use x, y, z, but here we don't want to do that. Okay, now let us go back to the string. So I just put a hashtag here and type a string. For example, I put okay, course. For example, again we put 1 space, double quotation, Python programming with Sayed, for example. Okay, so there are some built-in functions. The first one is length, L-E-N, and we just need to put the name of the variables here, and first we hold the control and save the files. So it says that we have 29 characters here. Remember, it will also count the 3 spaces in between of the words. So strings are 0 indexed. It means that the first, letter here, which is capital P, if you want to call this and print this one, you need to just type in print for example course and put a square bracket 0. So here it will show us the capital P. If you want to print the last character, which is lowercase d, you will just put -d, which was -d. Okay, if you want to show all of them, you put a colon here. And it shows all of the characters. If you put, for example, from 0 to 2, the main part is the square bracket. It will just show us the 0 and 1, not 2. Remember, this is important. So what -1 represents? The first character from the end of the string. This is important. Sorry, I put, okay. So as I said here, we also need a start index and colon and the end index if you want to see the first two character actually from the beginning. So remember, the character at the end index is not included. This is important for me when we have a colon here. Okay, when we have a colon, this is not included, the end index. But if you have something like this without colon, that's the story is different. For example, -1 is this one's, and anyway. Okay, now let us use some kind of common sense. Okay, I will remove the end index, and I will run this program again, and it will start from 0 to the end. And now we will put 1, for example. It will remove the capital P. You don't need to memorize all of this, but just memorize that we use the len function, L-E-N function, and as I said, after any built-in function you have to use parentheses. So we use the len function to get the length of a string, and we use the bracket notation, or a square bracket actually, to get access to a specific element. So remember again, we use square bracket notation to get access to any elements, a specific element in the string. These are two important points. And we use these notations, for example, colon and end index actually, to slice a string. For example, this one gives you the first two character from the string from 0 to 1. If you put, for example, 4 colon 5, let us check this one too. For example, 3 to 5. Yeah, it will just show the third and fourth. Sorry, 0, 1, 2, 3, and fourth. Yeah, this is the index of this one, which is the fourth character, is 3, and this is 4. And remember that as we discussed, the hash sign is for comment, is to indicate a comment. Okay, now let us talk about the escape sequence that you usually use or see actually in the code. So escape sequence. So I will use hashtag to make sure that first we can remember all of them. So there are maybe at least, I will start from the first one, which is, so remember, it will always, the ones that we use, it backward slash, or backslash, it's much better. Backslash, remember this one first. It will start with backslash and end, for example. Let us check one of them. So here, for example, I want to type, for example, print I don't know, one of my favorite word, I always make mistakes in writing this down. For example, personal hygiene is important, or hygiene is important, I don't know. And then we will put, for example, backslash n and another, for example, word. For example, again, hygiene. Okay, let us again save these ones. So you see that this one is escape sequence and it will not be read here. Now we want to put this. The next one is backslash backslash. Okay, so let us see backslash backslash. But if we remove this one, let us get rid of one of these backslash and see what's happened. Okay. So now let us see the problem. For example, we want to put this one, for example, in a quotation again. Now we run these ones, we receive an error. But let us put one backslash here and see that we don't have any problem. This is, so backslash double quote is another escape sequence. Remember this one, so I will repeat again. So backslash double quote. We can also use single quote, for example. Let us copy this one again. Single quote, and here we put single quote. And yeah, you see that this is also escape sequence. Okay, there is another one. Let us copy these ones, which is called backslash T. I don't know why they don't talk about these ones in the courses. So here you see that we see a tab here. And also we have other, such as backslash F, backslash B, backslash R, backslash X, H. You can just check it by yourself. I will write some of them here. So we have backslash N, backslash N, backslash single quote, backslash double quote, backslash B, backslash R, backslash F. It is form feed, is a page breaking or ASCII control character. Backslash XHH, for example, for hex value, for octal value, we also have something like 000. Yeah. These are the ones that you need to at least memorize. Okay, now assume that we have two variables, first name and last name, and we want to print my full name on the console. So I define a new variable, which is full name, and you can copy like this. And as I said, we have to put this space here, first name, and then again a space plus last name. So, but when you print these ones, there is one issue. Let us print full name. We have to concatenate it with another space in the middle. Now it's okay. So we use concatenation to build a string. This is important. Again, I will write it down. So we use concatenation, to build a string. Remember, but there is a better options. I will just say full name, but underscore 2, for example, equal to. So I will put the double quotations, and here use a lowercase f, and use a curly braces. So there is one point. When you just press on, the key that has the curly braces, it will automatically gives you 2 curly braces. So here I will also put the first name, and here the last name. We put 1 space here. Again, we print this ones. The same results. Now if I remove this space, it will not give you the same results. This is called formatted strings. So let me just show you some other example. Full, for example, F and double quotations, curly braces, for example, 2 plus 5, 68. I like this number. And also, for example, len of the first name, and here I said, for example, print the full. Okay, cool. Yeah, 11 and 70. So this is called formatted string. Remember, formatted string. Repeat after me again, and make sure that you will also write everything on your notebook. Okay, now in the next section we want to talk about the methods. Okay, suppose that earlier on, you remember we talked about the len, which is a built-in functions, and we have to put parentheses, for example, for full name now. And now we will type in full name, and we put 1 dot here. So all of these are function, but in a precise way, it's better to call them a method. So method is a term used in object-oriented programming. Remember this once again. Method is a term used in So remember, everything in Python is objects, and objects have function. We call them methods. So this is an object. Full name is object. So you will use this function with the dot. So everything in Python is an object, remember. And every object, each object has some functions, and if you want to get access to this function, we use the dot notations. Okay, let us look at some of them. For example, upper, and we need to make sure that we put parentheses. Okay, before running the program, we will put here print and Control S. So as you see, everything is in capital. Copy this again. If you put this one lower, or another one title, let's run this one again. Yeah, lower, all of them will be lowercase. Title is the same thing. So remember, title will capitalize the first letter of each word. Yeah, this is important again for me. Another method that I really like that is a strip. So for example, if a strip will remove the spaces from the beginning or at the end of, let me just put another name. For example, I will define another object, for example, course to a space Python with Sayed, another space here, Control S. So if we run this one again, Python, we say, oh yeah, we print, we didn't save this, okay. Oh, I put full name, I forgot to put this object, I just put course, Control S. Yeah, it will remove the spaces from the beginning and from the end. We also have R strip and left strip. So this one removes the right space, this one removes the left spaces. Now assume that we want to find a string in another string. We will use find method, and then we will put the string that we want, for example, P, Y. So it says that 3. 1, 2, 3. Actually, this is 3. Why? Because this one is 0, this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. So this number is the index of the first character. So let us remove these ones, remove the white space, and we run this one again, and it will show us the beginning of this character. So Python is a case-sensitive language. So if you put here lowercase, So we get -1. We get -1, and obviously we don't have this one here. Another useful method is replace. So for example, I just type replace, or you can replace a character or a series of character. So all of the, for example, uppercase P with, for example, H. Or maybe HH. So if you want to check the existence of a character in a sequence, you use the in operator. For example, P in, let's say, for example, course. Okay, as I said, we don't have capital P. So remember, this is called an expression. The difference between this and the find method, this will return true and false. Here, as you see, we have pi here, but here you will find the position of the string in find. Okay, another expression that we need to learn how to use it. For example, not in. So it will also gives us the booleans. So it's false, for example. But for example, if you use, for example, hi Jean, it's true because this one is not in this string or variable actually. So we need to learn these methods. So I will start again. We will put a dot for any objects. After the object we will put a dot, and we use the methods as we discussed, and here we put rstrip, strip, lstrip, find, replace, for example, lower. Okay, in the next section we want to talk about the numbers. So in Python we have, I will discuss here for 3 different types of numbers. You have already seen this type of number, which is integer, or I think floats. We have another type of number which is called complex. So the other one is 4 plus, for example, 6j. Okay, it seems that I made a mistake here. So okay, if you print here x, let us see what will happen. 4 plus 6j, which is a complex number. So remember, it shouldn't be like this, j5. It should be 6j, or number should be before j. So I will put a hash sign here to remind you this is a complex number. So as I said, we have 3 types of numbers, and for all of these types of number, we have the standard arithmetic operation in math. Okay, let me show you. We have here, for example, print division and yes, so subtractions, multiplications, want divisions, but we don't have A and B. So I will put, for example, A equals to 3, B equals to, for example, 2. So 2 plus 3, 3 plus 3 minus 1. So you get a floating point number. With this forward slash. Remember this. And so if you want an integer, you will use a double slash, which is 1. So double slash, and on the program you see 1. We also have other options such as if you put, for example, 2 multiplications. So this is called modulus. And yeah, again, we need to make sure that we put the spaces. So modulus. So modulus is the remainder of the divisions. So I forgot to put the hash sign. This is the remainder of the division, of a division actually. So let us run this ones. So 3 divided, I will make this one, I don't know, for example, 4, this one, I don't know, 10. So the remainder will be 2. And this one is exponent. I love exponent. And this means that the left number, left to the power of right. So example, 10 to the power of 4 will be 10,000. Okay, now let us talk about the augmented assignment operator that you might see that in the codes. Okay, let me show you. So let's imagine we have x set to, for example, 68. Okay, assume that you want to increment x by 3. Or we can use an augmented assignment operator, which is a little shorter. These two examples are exactly the same. Now these additions, I'm using this as an example. You can use minus, or you can use divisions. Let's say print x so this is 68 plus 3, and then again which is 71, and then 71 plus 3 again, which is 74. Now 74 minus 3, which is 71, or 71 divided by 3. Okay, let us also print this ones. I forgot to save this ones. It's 7.0, which is okay, this one should be integer, I think. I don't know why I put integer. Because 23 divided by 3 will be 7 point something, and then the integer part will be 7. As I said earlier, you can use any of these operators, here. So now we want to talk about some other functions, such as round functions. Suppose that we have a number, for example, I don't know, 68.9, and then print the results. $69, it will round it. So we will get 69 instead of 68.9. We have another useful function which is called ABS. So let us talk about another one, for example, ABS. $68. Now we want to import an object which is called math, but the problem is, for example, I want to import math. Okay, I will save these ones. I put it here. Usually you need to put this at the beginning. So for example, I will put, for example, mass that field with the ceiling of a number which is 68.9. So if I pass 68.9, so we will call this one mass module, and these are the methods. So if we pass here 68.9, we will receive 69, but let us put this one here. Before importing the module, we receive an error at this line 104, because of this I always say that put this one at the beginning. Okay, if you now go to, for example, here, just type mass module, and also add Python 3. So it said that this module provides access to the mathematical functions defined by the standards, by the CS standard, such as ceil, comp, copy sign, floor, and all of them. So we also have mass comp, mass copy sign, mass fabs. Remember this address, docs.python.org. So again, I use the mass module, mass.floor, for example, and 68.9 again, print so it will give me 68. Okay, now let's take a look at another useful built-in functions in Python. Input. So we use input functions to get input from the user. So remember this. We use input function to get input the user from the user. This is important. What the input will be a string. So as an argument, we pass a string. So we will just type, please type in x, and I will just, and then y equal to x plus 2, and save the program. So now we will go to the terminal, type in x, for example 3, we will receive an error because this one gives us an string. But if I put, for example, int now, that's okay because 3 and print y, for example 3 plus 2 will be 5. So this is an object which is an integer, and this is now an integer, but if you remove the int, it will be like a string, and you cannot concatenate an string with an integer. They should have the same type. So we have a few type of function or type conversion, such as, for example, int, as I said, or so we also have float, we have bool, we have str. So here, if we don't have these ones, I mean, if I delete input int, actually it will not convert the strings to the int. But let us see. If I put int x, so you can also check the type of the functions with type functions. So we'll just type here type, for example, x, and then print type. Control S. Control K. So here I have to change this one to x. I don't know, I forgot to put the hash here again. So the class is str, the class is the same thing, type. I will discuss about the class later. So when you have an input here and input function, input built-in function, it will be automatically changed to str or a string. So if you want to change, you have to use input x. Okay, now for fixing this part, I will just put int x, and let us see the result now. Yeah, 5 plus 2 is 7, because now int, the integer, this int will change the input to the integer. Okay, now let us print x and y, both of them. So I'm gonna put them in the quotation, for example, x, okay, and curly braces, as I said before, again y, here we put one F to formatting this string. 5 2. Remember this ones again. I will emphasize on this part. If you don't put F, let's show what happened. You will receive an error. You will see the same thing actually, not error. I mean, your answer is wrong. Yeah, but you will just see the same thing in the quotations. So the only option is just put F. Okay, now let us talk about the trucy and falsy values. So if we have some empty string, it is false. 0 is false. None is also okay. Let us, for example, see the bool of 1. Okay, let us go to the CMD. I will type Python to see the results. So for example, bool of 1 will be true, but bool of 0 is false. So bool of a string which is empty is 0, but if I just type this ones, any letter, for example, even false, is true. But there is one point. This ones, it give you an error. So let us talk about this part. They always forgot to teach this. For example, 5 greater than 7, which is false. So remember these options. Okay, now let us go to a quiz again. Suppose that I want to go to the interactive part. I just type Python. So I will just type here Python. Okay, for example, I have, for example, a equal to for example, say Sajjad. Yep. And then I said that, okay, print, for example, a square bracket 0. What would be the result here? Think about this. 1, 2, 3. It will be S. So what about this 0 to 2? It will give us the first two letters, 0, 1, and SE. What about these ones? It will not be included the last one which is D. Yep. Now if you want to include the last one, we just put, we will not add anything. Okay, another question. What about the modulus operator? For 6. The remainder will be 4. So let us talk about the bool. What will be the bool of, for example, TT, which is true. We don't need to. Okay, it might be asked why I didn't put print, but the result will be the same. So what about these ones? 1, 2, 3, false. This one's false. Okay, let us go to the control flow. So this section, control flow, let's see what will happen. .py. So I will start with some basic terms. Let us start with comparison operators such as 10 greater than 3, and we save this one, and the name of this file is control okay, print. We can also put print here. Yes, it is true. So what we have here is a Boolean expression. Let us try another expression. Okay, I think it's better to go to CMD. So 10 equal to 10, so it's false. If I change the expression, oh sorry, now it will be true because this one will be stored as a string, and here we have a value for just for numbers, an integer or whatever. If you put type 10, it will be integer. If 10 is between the quotation, it will be a string. So 10 less than, so 0 less than 20 gives us a Boolean, which is true. Okay, now we check to a string like greater than a. So it is true because when we sort this to, B comes after A. Okay, now GH, for example. This is false because if you check the first two letters, they are the same. The first A and then A, they are the same. So to check G and H, so H comes after G. This is false based on the ASCII table. So every character here has a numerical representation. So for example, if we have now B capital has a numerical representation which is different from the lowercase b. So there it is wrong actually, or false. So for example, for B we have 98 ASCII options for B, and for capital B I'm not sure we can see that. So it is B lowercase. Okay, so we'll use word to find the numerical value of B capital and B lower. Okay, in almost every program there are times that you need to make decisions, and that's when we use a if statement. For example, I have a temperature which is 20, and if temperature greater than 20, we put colon, so print it is hot. So now we put this 122, You see, it is said it is hot. So after if we put a statement, which is basically a Boolean expression. So after if, we add the conditions. So here is the important part that a lot of beginners miss. When we use a if statement, you should always terminate your if statement with a colon. So when we use a if statement, we will terminate the if statement with a colon. So the good point is, let us try another if here. For example, if temperature greater than 30, so you need to terminate it with a colon. So when we press enter, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces, 4 indentation. So set print h high, for example. So as long as they are indented the same, so for example, print drink, for example, I don't know, what do you drink when you, yeah, ice cream. No, I don't want to drink ice cream, drink water. So if you remove the indentation, then you're not in the if statement anymore. Okay. So now I put this, I will pass 30, 31, set it high, done. All of the if conditions are met. Okay, now if we want to add this condition to here, we will use elif, okay, or else actually. So here we will put 30, for example, and then 20. For example, here we put 27. We run this. High, done. Okay. Now, if none of these conditions are true, for example, 1 degree, we will add else. Example. So we don't have any expression after else here, but we have to have colon after the statement for the first two, or we can also copy these ones. Now print high, this prints high. Now we assume that we want to define a variable which is called age. Example 27 or 6. You can set this to any number, set age to any number, and visit that. And if condition, if age is greater than or equal to 18, remember colon, for example, print is print eligible. So if less than, else print not eligible. So here we have two options here. So I define this as a string. So we can do two options. We can remove the quotations here or define int. Now eligible. We can define a variable now here. We call it message. To make it cleaner. And yeah. So now we will just print message. Control S. Yeah, eligible. So message equals this string eligible, and message equals to this string. Actually, equal, we cannot say equal because we are storing this in the message. Equality means two equality. Equal means two equality sign, but anyway. So it means that we assign a value to a variable, which is message here. Then we have this structure for if we can. So remember, we have this here and this here. We have a variable we want to assign two different things based on the different conditions. So we will start like this. We will copy the first ones. Message equal to eligible if. So now we say that, for example, int age greater than equal to 18. So we don't need colon here, just say else not eligible. So let us run this once now. Print message. Okay. Okay, and the last one is not. So put the hash here. Just remember this three. So now we will define an example of loan applications. Assume that one person has a job and we want to consider two criteria. One of them is age, and the other one is the income, or maybe credit. So if both of them are true, so now both of them are booleans. So we say that if high income and credit, set print eligible. So let us run this once, but before print, I will put some star here times 25, 7. Okay, this is eligible. So one of the main problem that we see in the beginner table with high income equals to true. You don't need to do that. It is redundant and unprofessional, as one of the teachers always said. Because this one is Boolean. We know that this one is true or false, so you don't need to do that. But if you run this one, you will see the same results. But it is unprofessional, as I said. And okay, now we, instead of and, we have or here. So one of them is correct, so you will see the same results. But if we have else print, as I said, for else we just have colon in these structures, not eligible. So we'll also define, for example, I don't know, for example, plumber, for example, true. So if the person is a not plumber, plumbers don't make a lot of money. I will put builder. Builder makes a lot of money. So if most of them are correct and builder, so it means that this one was true, as we see here. So if this is false, I want to see the results. So it is not eligible because this one is true and this one is false. So we will put not builder. So builder is false. Now it is true. And this one is true. So this one is eligible. You should look at like this. This is false, not false. This one is true. So we will ignore this and. Now we will see this one. This one should be also true. When we have and, both of them should be true. Okay, now we will remove the parentheses here, and we will put all of them as and. So here it will evaluate this one first. If this is false, so for example this one is false now, so it is like a short circuit. It doesn't care about the other ones. If so we change this one to true, this one to true, so it will ignore the other ones because this one is false, and we have ands to all of them. Yeah, not eligible. So assume that all of them are or. Okay, here the first one is false. Now it will evaluate the next one, hoping that one of them will be true. So this one is true, so it will be true and eligible. So okay, now let us discuss the chaining comparison operators. For example, again we have age, for example, equal to 25. If age sample less than or equal to, for example, 18 and greater than. If age less than 75, for example, print eligible. Okay. Let us run the program. Okay, now Instead of this, I know that this is greater than or equal, so I will put 18 here. And let us try this one now. Eligible 1. Yeah, eligible 1 is working. So assume that we want to go for the loops. Assume that you want to send a message, sending a message to someone. And if you want to print this one 10 times, you will not do this. Okay, so what is the next options? So we say that for I in the range, for example 4, let us see the results. So this is a built-in function range. This means that 4 times. So you need to terminate this line with a colon, like if statement. Remember, for if and for statement, it should be terminated by a colon. But a lot of beginners forget, I don't know why. So now what is this number? Let us check. This is an integer. So we will put a comma here and I. We run the program again. So 0, 1, 2, 3. But if you put this one plus 1, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, which is much better. So at the beginning it will be 0, and then it will increase to 3, not 4. So here, if you want to see the eyes, you can also change the code again here. So we say that, okay, it changes from 1 to, for example, 4. And then I times, for example, sample star. Okay. Here, okay, let us also change this one. So, okay, what is the rule of this program? What you will see here when the program is executed, it is initiated from, it is initially 1, and then it will be 2, 3, not 4. 4 is not included. So 1, 2, 3. Now we want to define a step. So from 1 to 10, it is step up to set. At the beginning it will be 1, then it will be 3, 5. Let us see the results. So 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Yeah. So again, the range 4, this is a built-in function. It starts from 0 and then between 1, 2, 3, but 4 is not included. Again here 4 is not included, and it starts from 1, then it will be 2 and 3. The step is 1 here, and because of this we don't put it here. And this one is from 1, and then 1 plus 2, and again 3 plus 2. And so assume that we want to, after sending the first message, it want to come out of this 4 loops. So we will just put a break. So here you see it breaks. It means that it comes out of these 4 loops after sending the first message successfully. Okay, now if we want to put an if statement here, okay, what happened? Okay, if, for example, successful. True. Okay, so we don't need to define these ones now. I will define a variable here, successful, and this is redundant as I said before. So this part should be indented again. Okay, now let's run this once and then print something, I don't know, to make sure that we are here. I don't know, for example, success, and we indent this one to make sure that this if is so it is success, but let us put these ones here. So here you see that when it breaks, it doesn't do anything. It will not print these ones. Okay, it will not execute the next line. Okay, now we want to talk about the nested loops. So in programming, we have a concept which is called nested loop, and we can put one loop inside of another loop, and then we can get some interesting results. Let me show you. I'm going to start with for x in range a number, for example 5, and then for j in range 10. Okay, and also I will put a formatted string which is started by f and put quotations. So here I and then j. So it seems that we have some issues here. Okay, I and j. Okay, I didn't define. I don't know why I put x here. So Control S and let us run. So print f. I didn't put the double quotations. Okay, as you see here, you see the results. Yeah. So first it will start from 0. It will be 0, and then this one will be 0, and at the end it will be 9, this one, and this will be 4. So we will see 4, 9. Four and 9. Okay. So this is indented 4 spaces, and this is like a child for this loop, and the I start from 0, then it will be 1, 2, 3, 4. In the first iteration here, j will be 0 and then 1 and then 2 until 9. So in general we call this outer loop, and this one is called inner loop. Remember this one too. Okay, this is all about the nested loops. Okay, now let us dive in deep into learning about range. So as you remember earlier, when we discussed about type 5, for example, we want to know the class of 5 or type of 5, it will say the class is int or the type is int. But if we do the same thing for, okay, let us increase the size of this, size of the font. We go to setting, okay, 25. apply. Yeah, it's much better now. 30 maybe, it's much better. I don't know it works or not. 30, yeah. Line height. We also put this one 0.5. Okay. You can see better now. Okay. So if we type here, range. Okay, let us comment these ones. If you want to comment this one, use just control plus this. Now I will do this here. Control forward the slash and copy this 3 lines. Yeah, all of them are hashtag now. So let me type this one in. Hashtag for commenting multiple lines. I will put it on the description of this video and let us see what will happen. So remember, range is an example of a complex type. Range is an example of complex types. So so here we see that. Oh, I forgot to type. So we pass 5 here to range. See that the class is range. So it is an iterable object. So for example, if I say for I in range 5, print I. So it will start from 0. So we have 4 spaces here for indentation. Don't forget to put colon after 4 if I remember the only exception that I said. And in the future we also learn about while. So for I in range 5, print I. The string is also iterable. If I copy this ones, Python yeah, you see all of them. This one is a string is also iterable. So now let us use a list. For example, for I in X, now I've defined X here as a list. So a list has a square bracket, remember. Maybe 68. And then print yeah, I. Okay, Control Shift F10, 1, 2, 3, 8. So remember, all of these are iterable. I want to make sure that you learn iterable objects such as range, a string, and a list. And in the future, you might also use your own object to make it iterable. So, or in general, we use for loop to iterate over iterable objects. Okay, in Python we have another kind of loop which is called while loop. Oh, yeah. So we have a conditions here. For example, while I greater than 0, for example, I equal to 10. Okay. Input okay, so let us run this once. It will continue, it will be infinity. You can type anything. Okay, so here we define a variable and define a variable, and we set it to a value, for example 10, and as long as this condition is met, this comment will be executed. So remember, after while, at the end of, for terminating the while we have colon, for terminating for we have colon. This is very important to remember. And also for while we just have a conditions, and for we have in, which is very important, for in, okay? And we have a variable for, and we have an object that should be iterable for. This is very important. And we have for indentation, and yeah, we need to remember this. Now I want to give you a task here. Suppose that I is equal to 100, and we want to use the integer division. Use integer division and divide it by 2 and just print it. Okay, think about this example. Pause the video and use while. So we have while. I'm gonna solve this problem. So I is 100. First I defined I 100 while. Remember, while is not capital while. This is wrong. It should be lowercase. And remember, again, we have colon, and now we have to put the conditions. Okay, so what should be the conditions? But we know what is the divisions. How can we divide this by 2? And then we will print I. Think about this part. Or yeah, we said that while I is greater than 0, do this. Let us see what will happen. We will stop this program and we'll rerun this ones. Okay, I have to comment this ones. Okay, again. Okay, all of them are comments now. So first it will be 150 because it will be divided by. But if I want to print I here, let us see what will happen. It will be 100, 50, 12. So I is divided by 2. I mean integer division. So we use here augmented assignment operator to make it shorter. We removed the I. And now we run it again. So it will shorten the code here. So if we, for example, I put, for example, -10. Let us see what will happen. Yeah, it is something that is always true, because it is always positive. So we will put here 0. Okay, now we want to write a program in which if you just type here, for example, quit, it will quit, actually literally to quit. So we will use the while loop again, and we need to define the conditions. So here comment, for example, a string, and as long as comment is not equal to so comment is not equal to quit. So there is one issue here. So some people, so it is not use, actually let us show you, use exclamation mark. So when we use exclamation mark, it will change it to, yeah, not equal. So comment lower, and then I will change this one, quit. Maybe some people, so then I put input, let us run this program. Okay, I can type anything, but if I type, for example, quit, oh, it doesn't work. It is not quit. Why? Oh, it should break. Or maybe, yeah, I made a mistake. I think I forgot that the comment is equal to a string and it is not equal to quit. So we have to put the comments, or maybe command, it's much better here somehow. Command, and then we have to command, and okay, so print something, for example, print command Control S, stop this one, rerun this one again. Okay, quit. Okay, quit. So command.lower. Oh, we have to put this one in the quotations because we want to compare to okay, this one is a string now, and when this one is a string you can compare this one, but for quit I don't know, let us change it to the previous ones. Print quit. Okay, quit one. So now it doesn't know what is quit once, but I didn't define quit. Yeah, it is one of the predefined. You shouldn't use this. I should put it in the quotation. It's much better. So remember that this one should be in a string, because what we are putting here, the class of the command is, let us show you again. Class command doesn't understand. Or type, sorry. I just print okay, let us run this one again. So the class of this one is a string. When we put quit without quotation, it's not a string, it is some predefined variable in Python, but we want to make sure that this one is exactly in a string, so we have to put this one in the quotations. Okay, now let us talk about the infinite loop. Infinite loop. Okay, while, as I said, we have to put the conditions. For example, it is a boolean, for example, while true. So, for example, print my name. Okay. So it is just going forever. But if I put here break, it will just do it once. When this one is executed, this statement is executed, it will break from this while loop. Okay, now let us think about these ones. I will think about these ones. We defined command before. If we do not want to define the command before, we will do this with type while, because if you forgot to define these ones, define the commands, the program will not be executed. Oh, okay. While while true. So command. So input okay, so that if and that lower equal to So we haven't defined the object of command to use this method again. We have to define it here. Now let us delete this ones. Yeah, now it will bring the lower method. Don't forget to put the colon after if, after while, and then break. So we will let's run this program. Okay, quit. Okay, so again we have to make sure that this is a string. A string, the other side is a string, so it should be, we should change this. Done. Or we will run it again. It will quit. Okay, now I want you to write a program that will print the odd numbers. The odd numbers from, for example, 1 to 10. Okay, you can pause the video and start after 2 minutes. So remember, you need to call the range functions, and so we will use a for loop for I in range, and we will put a colon. This is important. So we will use if I So for remainder, we can use this module, modulus 2 equal to 1. Yeah, and again we have if. After for while if, we need to use colon. Yeah, the only exception for if was mentioned before in the previous lessons. Okay, now we say print I we control. So 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. So we get the even numbers. Now we're counting these numbers, which are 5. We will define a separate variable, called it count. So every time this condition is met, we need to add the count. So plus equal 1. And then say print the number of odd numbers are count. So there is one point. You have to put the formatting strings. If I don't put it, it will not count this one as a variable. So why? Okay, 5. So we have to put this one at the end. Let us rerun it. So the number of odd numbers are 5. Okay, great. 1, beautiful. 2, 3, 4, 5. So now we will go to functions. So we will use this keyword def, def. Now we need to give our function a name, for example, greet. This is very common in most of the Python courses. After that, we will put the parentheses, and then again colon. Colon after function, colon after if statement, colon after while, colon after for. Remember, for terminating all of this for, we need to have colon. Do not forget this one, because I have seen that a lot of students make this mistake. Okay, now I will put these two statements, print hi there, and print welcome to my world. And then I will call the functions. Yeah, hi there. It works. Usually they have 2 line breaks after the functions. So you will get these 2 messages on the terminal. So we see 2 functions here. One of them is print, but the greet doesn't take any input, but the print does take input. Okay, now here we want to add 2 parameters, such as first name, last name, and for example here okay, this is the first name, and print hi first name, and we will put the F. The F was automatically for formatting is added. So it says hi Said Sajjad, and we will call this, when we pass this to argument, we call this arguments. Okay, for calling this function, we need to supply two parameters or two arguments. So remember, we refer to this as arguments. Arguments, first underscore name, last underscore name is argument, is called referred to as arguments. Remember this one, repeat it 10 times. Okay, I'm pretty sure you will remember. So this is, remember, this is called parameter. For example, first name is parameter, but here this one is argument. This is the difference, is argument. So remember, this one is parameter, this one is parameter that you put in the definition of the function. What is the difference between argument and parameters? When you call the functions, you have to supply it with arguments, or arguments is the actual value, because it has a actual value of the parameters. Okay, note that all the parameters that you define for a function, such as first underscore name and this ones, are required. If you remove one of these arguments and save it, let us run this one again. We will receive an error by default, but if for these parameters I will predefine these ones, it will, if you don't pass the argument in your functions, it will use the default parameters. So by default there should be a value for both of the arguments, but if there is nothing, your function will check the two parameters. As I said, the parameters are for this part, and the arguments is when you call the functions. Remember this, the difference between these two. So here we can also set one, for example. Now we'll use greet again. So if we don't pass any arguments, it will use the default. Okay, in programming we have two types of functions. One of them, we just perform tasks. For example, if we define, for example, greet name, and don't forget the semicolon, don't forget the colon, and this is called parameter, not arguments. This is the name of the functions, and we will put parentheses and print name, or maybe hi. Okay, and then we will put F here. So here we will perform a task. This function perform a task. for example, greet say it's Sajjad, for example. My name. But how I say it's Sajjad because it's just perform a task. In contrast, some of the function, for example, round, for example, 5.9, it will calculate and returns a value. So we print so the functions that you define falls into two categories. Turn a value. Okay, now how we can define these functions to act as a second form. So we will just, for example, return, or let us not change this one, we will copy this once again. Type here return. We will delete this one, delete the parentheses, and let us see what will be the results. And second, return a value. So, okay, control so it will return a value actually, which is this. Now we can store this value in a second parameter. For example, we can say message, it's this, and print message. So now you might ask which one is better. So the second one will create message here, and then you can print it on the terminal. But the first one you will just you will just print it on the terminal. And if you want to save for example, message here, you just define another object file equal to, for example, open. And for example, you define content.txt writing, and then we say file.write and message. Let us run this once. Okay, now if you go to the folder, you can find the folder by just hovering on the file, and then you will see that a txt file is created. I'm just opening the files now, and in this txt file this message is written. Easy. So when you get this value, you can do whatever you want, where you want, do with this value. This is important for me to remember. So we will use built-in open functions. So we create a file called content.txt, and then you write it because it has W. Write a message. So, but here it means that you open this file for writing. So this message is called variable. Don't forget, message is called variable. Also, students make mistakes here sometimes. I don't know why, but yeah. Okay, now let us discuss another important one for functions. So assume that you have a function, for example, let us define a function, define greet, and says, for example, print hi, say it, or let us run this program now. Now, if we two lines, for example, greet, let us rerun it again. Okay, it will print this once. I will put print none. So when we run this program and when we print, it is like return, but it doesn't return anything because of this. The answer is none. So none is the return value for the greet function. Remember, all the functions return none by default. Okay, even, for example, if I change this one name, for example, hi, F, then okay, it will again return none by default. So if we return a value, for example, star 333, or maybe this one is better. Now here it will also, when we use print before the functions, it will return this. Okay, let us create another functions. For example, increment number 1, number 2. Make sure that put the semicolon and then return number 1 plus number 2. So we will store the results, increments, for example 2, 5, and we will print the result here. Okay, and if you just directly example, yeah, if you don't define or if you don't store this one in any variable like results, it will temporarily store this one in a variable. We cannot see that. And when we pass this as an argument to print, then we will see the result on the terminal. In some cases, if they wanted to make the code more readable, for example, they put number 1 equal to 4 to whatever 20, and this one 3. So let us run this proof once, or let us put this one number 2 equal to 3. Now it's run very smoothly. Okay, now I want to show you another. So if we get rid of the first one, okay, and then we run the program, there will be no issue. But if I say, for example, increments, for example, 1 comma number 2, let us see what's happened. Okay, the same results. Now we wanna just talk about the one. I want to keep number 1. I want to see what will happen. You see that we have, and we cannot do this. We cannot. We have to make sure that we will put the parameters name here. Remember, all of the parameters that you define for functions are required. So now we want to get this parameter. I want to set it as a 22. Let us define a function that will return x multiplies by y. So define multiply colon at the end, x comma y, and return x times y. Times 4, for example. Let us run this once, and we wanna print on this ones, it will give us 20. So we can call this function like this, and multiply, parenthesis open for 5. So far so good. What if we want to pass more than 2 arguments, such as 6? Yeah, something like this. So if we want to change the parameters, for example, numbers, so again it will be still 1. Now we will put an asterisk here. Now instead of this, we just type numbers. Let's see what will happen. It will give us a. So these packed numbers are called tuples or tuples. So as I said earlier, if we have a collection of objects in separated by comma, we called it list. If they are packed in a parenthesis, called tuples. Tuple list. This is list. This is tuple or tuple. You cannot modify this. Cannot modify
tuple. So tuple like list is iterable. So if you want to just print for I in numbers, print, for example, I it will just print 4, 5, 56, and 6. See that? And as I said, since it will not return anything by default, it will print none it will just print none. So it will just remember it will iterate over tuples. So here we will define, for example, for multiplication of the numbers, we define total, and then it's total. So first you need to define the operator, which is multiplications equal to I. When we say print total, here should return total. Let's put it. It doesn't need any parentheses here for these ones, and the indentation is very important here. Now they are the same. This gives us the. Now let us also remove this. It doesn't have any problem. Even if it was here, you see it doesn't give us an error. I will delete this one. So the problem was that these two were not indented for white spaces. Make sure that after definition of any function you have 4 spaces at least for each lines. If you don't use the indentation properly, it will give you a different results. So look at here, and now it is different.
So as I said, the indentation is the most important part here. We need to make sure that if we have 4 white spaces here, and if this statement is here, it is different, and it will give you an error if it is at the beginning. And yeah, I will just make sure that it is here. So this is called tuple or tuple, and this is called list. Both of them are separated by comma. This data structure you need to remember, and I will talk about them later. And also we will put 2 lines indentations. So we need to learn about the syntax that we can have a variable, number of arguments to a functions. Now we want to define a function that will return a dictionary for us. For example, I don't know, for example, save dictionary. At the end we have to have colon, and here is the important part. You need to have 2 asterisks instead of 1 asterisk for multiple, actually tuple, and we define it, for example, user info. So print user info. Okay, I will make sure that these ones are. Okay, what happened here? It's always control. Okay, now it's much better. And control forward slash is working. And save dictionary, for example. So you have multiple keyword, for example, here. So for example, the name. The name is, for example, Sayed. First name. Maybe first name Sayed. Last name D. So ID, for example, 66, and let us see what will be the results. So here, if we see the results, I think you cannot see this one very well. Let's go to the move to this right top. So it should be bottom left. Okay. So it is a dictionary. And the thing is, this one, even we can give a real value as an integer. Or you can change or pass a string here. Or since it is a dictionary, we have to. Here I will use, for example, first name. Let's see the results. So this is the name of our keyword. You need to remember this one. Remember, this part is called key, the first one. The first one is called key. ID is key, last name is key, and first name is key. So each dictionary has keys. So this can be a string, and this can be an integer, or even tuple. So it has an associated value. So each dictionary has keys. Okay, in programming, we have the scope. Actually, we want to talk about the scope. The scope refers to the region of a program where a particular variable or name is accessible. So we have local scope, and we have also global scope built in the scope. Okay, for instance, if you have a function def my function and x equal 10, this is a local variable. So if we print x here, and if we call the my function, and if it asks print x, okay, so we don't need to pass any arguments here, but we receive an error because it's a local variable. It is like it is not defined outside of the function. Now assume that we have, for example, z equal to 30. So this is a global variable. And we define a function, some function, and we don't need to have any parameters here. We said print z. Let us run this program. Since this one is a global variable, it is known even inside of the function. So global variables are accessible throughout the entire module, including inside of the function and classes. So these are global scope, actually refers to variables defined at the top level of module or scripts, such as this is a global scope. We also have built-in scope. Built-in scope so these are, for example, when you use print functions and use len functions, and we have a list here, 1, 2, 3, and let us run this. The answer is 3, and built-in scope refers to a set of names that are predefined in Python, such as keywords, and built-in functions, such as this built-in function, len, and print. These are always available and can be overridden by other scopes. Also, it is generally not recommended to do so, okay? Okay, now let us go back to the VS Code. We want to learn some debugging. So there is one option, there is a bug, actually, run and bug. And let us click on this button. Okay, I will also comment all of them by pressing Control and forward slash. I will type it here, Control forward slash. First thing first we need to make sure that we are in the debugging mode. So, and then you can just create a breaking points here, and if you press F5, so when you press F5, to the breakpoints. When you press F10, you go line by line. For example, here, press F10, it goes line by line. So again, I press F5, the total is 1, and now I press F10. Now it will execute this line. Again, number in numbers, F10, and it will return the total, which is 1. If you want to insert a breakpoint, you can easily press F9 at any lines. So F9 for inserting breakpoint. If you press F9 one more time, you will remove it. Okay. So I will press F9 here. So first you need to insert a breakpoints to the process. Then you need to press F5 to run. So first F9, then F5. And it run until this line. Okay, but there is another options. If you want to go inside of a function, it will go inside of the function. For example, here, I will so again we will go one by one. So first you need to press F9 for inserting the breakpoint, then F5, and then F5 actually. Now here we will press F11. Now the numbers, the tuple is 1, 2, 3. It's in this line 72, but it hasn't been executed. So again we press F11. Now the total is 1. Number is 1, and total is 1, and yeah, done. Now if we change this one here, again we press F5, and then F11, 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 F11. You see it's working. Different. If you want to stop the debugger, you will just press Shift plus F5, Shift F5, and if you know that one of the function is working properly, you can also use Shift plus F11 to get out of these functions. Okay, now let us talk about some shortcuts here. If you want to go at the end of this line, there are some options. You can just press End to go to the end, and Home at the beginning. And if you press Shift and Home, if you press, for example, Control and Home, Control plus Home, the cursor will come to the beginning of the file, more. Again, we control and end, it will go at the end. So control plus end, move the cursor to the end of the file. To move the cursor to the end. Yep. I will remove this one, you have to remember. And instead of copy paste, for example, paste this one, put this one here, we can just press Alt, hold Alt, and just use arrow up and down to move it. Yeah, it's easier. Alt. So the next one is Alt plus up, arrow key, or Alt plus, this is important, arrow down. It will make your audience confused. Okay, now if you want to copy and paste these ones several times, first hold Alt and Shift after selecting the file and just press the down arrow key. So hold Control plus Shift arrow key to copy multiple times. Okay, there is also a shortcut to type the name of a function. For example, if I type my, it will bring me multiply as long as they are in sequence. Then you can press enter. You don't need to write the whole things. Okay, now exercise time. Let us discuss the FizzBuzz functions. So assume that we want to define a functions which is called FizzBuzz. It's much better, FizzBuzz, and the parameter here, it can be any value or any number or any input. Okay. Input, and you will ask the user to input a number. Okay, for example, please enter a number, and if the value is divided by 2, so when a number is divided by 2, it means that we can use modulus. For example, a modulus 2, the remainder is equal to 0. It means that it is divisible by 2. And here again we have, if it is divisible by 3, it means that the remainder is 0. And if it is divisible by 2 and divisible by 3, it will give us, for the first one, it will give us fizz. Next one, buzz. And the next one, we want to see FizzBuzz in the terminal. So how can we write this one? Okay. Assume that we have an input. We said that if this condition is met, just return. You can just say print fizz This is one way. And then elif a divided by 3 print bus, and again elif print this bus, else print the same value, print the input. So let us ask the user, make sure that when you have input, this should be int, because you should convert it to int, because first it is a string. So, but there is one small issue. If we pass an argument such as 6 here, it will give a fees, not a fees bus. So let us try, and we say while true. Let us run this ones. Okay, so 2. Well, what happened? And we also need to have the fees bus here. Okay, can have this one as example. All of them are the same, input, input, input. So it's better not to use this one. For example, number. Number. Let us clear these ones and rerun this one again. So we'll give 2. So A2 divided by 2 is 0. So this is A. We didn't define A. So we can just say A. Also, this should be a string, another issue. And this one should be a string, because we'll consider as a value and we need to define it. If it is between the quotation, it doesn't need to be defined before. And let us run this one again. Fees 4. Okay, now 3. It should be buzz. 6 again. So this one should be at the beginning. But let's try another number first. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Built-in function input, else print input. So we didn't define input to say just print A. Now I just press Ctrl+C to get out of this. So I will press 5 now to just print A. So now if we change this one, bring this one. Okay, we'll paste this one here, and we'll cut this one, and we'll put this one here. Fees buzz. This is called fees. Let us try again. Control C. So if we run this one, we put 6 at first. Fees buzz is correct. 2 fees, 4 fees, 8 fees, 3 buzz, 9 buzz, 5, 0. 0 is divisible by both of them, yeah. -1, 1. Yeah, it works properly. Now there is another way to define these functions. Let us just comment the whole thing. We don't want to use print, now it is your exercise. And we just want to use if statement and return. Okay. So we again define is was. Okay, here I put input. It's better not to, but I like that because a lot of. So if again a divisible by 2, a no input. Say return. Then so we need to return a string, so it should be this, for example. Here in the next step, instead of LAP, use if. Okay. So I will copy this ones. So or simply Control Shift arrow. Sorry, Alt Shift arrow. Alt Shift arrow. I don't know why I said Alt Shift arrow. Yep. Not like this. Oh. Control End. So Alt Shift arrow down, another arrow down. So now 3, C, and 3 is buzz. But as I said, these two should comes up. If we want to bring this up, as I said here, oh, where is it? Now you just hold Alt after copying this, and you go up. Just Alt, nothing else. So I just type here that hold Alt and then move, use arrow key to move the lines up and down. Okay, here at the next step, let us try our code. Input a value enter. Oh, what happened? The value. We call this enter this in, and then input equal to this. And we wanna I don't know what is. Again, we put while true. Okay. Now let us run this code. If you find a mistake, you need to find it out now. So what is the problem with this code? Okay, the issue is here. When you, this line is okay. For example, if we put a number, that's okay, but okay, if we indent this one and this one's, it will give us an error because the input is here and then again input will come here. So it's better to put here input one, and rerun this program. Actually, we want to print this was value. Another important point, return input. So 5 is fizzbuzz, 2 is fizz, 3 is buzz. Why both of them are fizz? This one should be buzz. Okay, let's see. Again, 2, 3, 6. 6 should be fizz buzz. So 6 is divisible by 2 and 3. So it needs to return fizzbuzz. But there is one problem. This is 0. It means it's false. So we need to put 0, 0. So do not forget to put the equality sign. Well, 0 to 0. Run the program. 6 now fizzbuzz, 2, 3 to 2 is 4 fizz. Yeah, and another value 5 is 5 or 1 and 1000. So it's correct now. It's correct now, and we can go to the next step. Okay, now let us talk about lists. Here we have a list of 4 items. A, B, C. E, 5 items. And here we want to see print letters. So here we can use a square bracket to use a specific item in the list. For example, 0. And A. If I change it to 0 to 1, okay, this, it will be again A. -1 to 1, nothing, because it starts from here and it doesn't give us anything. Okay, let us change some of the items here in the list. For example, letters, use a square bracket. For example, 1 to B. And we wanna print the whole maybe, because 1 is this one. Okay, if we don't specify the first argument, 0 will be by default. Now let's run this once. So it is 0 and 1, which is A and capital B. We have the same thing for the, okay, if we don't, these 3 are the same. For example, 3, and we don't put anything here, they will produce the same results. Let us run the program. So actually we have 1, 2 to 5 actually, yeah, 5. Now these 3 are the same. But if we put here 4, let us see what happened. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. The end. Actually, the last one. And here the fourth one will not be displayed. If you have 4, it means 0, 1, 2, 3. Because of this we have 5 here. If you want to copy the original list, you can just remove both of the number. Now there you will see they will produce the same results. You can also use a step here. So if you put 1, the result will be the same. If you put 2, the first one A, and then C, and then E. Now let us use the list functions and range, for example, 20 equal to numbers. So if we run this and we print numbers, you see all of these numbers, and minus ones, they come from the minus 2. So when you put minus 1, it will be in the reverse order. Minus 2, it will be in the reverse order. There are times that you may want to get individual items on the list. I hope it's working. Yeah, it's working. Such as, so print list, no, what was the letters? I put 0, for example. It will be A. And you want to assign them to new variables. So for example, A, for example, first letter. Okay, now let's talk about the list unpacking. For example, we have a couple of numbers, 1, 2, 3, and number 1 is numbers 0, Okay, I hold Alt and Shift. Number 2, 3, 2, 1. And there is another way. Actually, if we print number 1, it will give us 1. If I say number 1, comma, number 2, and comma, number 3, equals to the list, the name of the list, which is numbers. Now let us rerun this program. So it will act the same as this 3 line. So we will ignore this. And let's run it again. And it will give us 1 here, because here it's defined or event. Yep. So what is important here, then number of items here should be equal to the number of items that we have inside of the list, which is now 3. Okay, now assume that you have a lot of numbers. Example, list range 1 to 20 or 14. And then you just care about the first 2 numbers. So you need to make sure that you cannot type number 1, number 2, number 3, number 14 or whatever. So here you will define another list and you call it other and run the program. And if you print other, just start from not the first 2, which is 1 and 2, it's just start from 3 until 13. So remember, when we have a range 14, it means that it has 14 numbers. Not the last one is not 14. So when we use asterisk here, you're packing all of the other items after assigning the first two in this number 1 and number 2 to to another list, which is called other. Okay, if you care about the first and last, so here we set, for example, not number, I don't know, first maybe, first, and last. Others one. I don't know what was the problem with the previous one, but I will change this one to number 2. And again, I will unpack the list, or list unpack, with this, another one. Now it starts from 2 to 12. So 13, yeah, it works well. And if you remember, we also use the functions, multiply, and use asterisks. For example, a list of number. Here, I don't know, numbers. And then when we were using the functions, we just give it tuple like this. This is just for refreshing your memory. Oh, I forgot to put colon after definition of functions, if, while, and for these 4 functions or whatever. And while we will put colon. Okay, in the next part, I want to show you how to, let us comment these ones, how to loop over a list. Okay, control end. So we have a list, for example, letters. A, B, and C, D, A, or I in letters. Okay, or I or letter maybe. I don't know. Much better. Letter. I. Maybe I is better. And we want to loop over a list. And yes. So what is the issue here? So for I is first, I mean, a string. So we cannot say letters as strings. It is not 0, 1, and 3 or 2. But if I type here 0, let's run this one, it will show A. Here we need to show I itself, because I is a string. This is the mistake that I see a lot. A, B, C, D, E, F. Now it works. So since it is a letter, it's better to type letter. Then you will not make a mistake. So when you use an item itself here, you need to just work with that item. Okay, now you might ask, how can we get the index of each item in the list. Remember, enumerate. It's a very important functions. Okay, in this stage we want to define a function which is called a squared, and it will return x squared. For the power, we just use 2 asterisks. We have a list of numbers 1, 2, 3, and we want to know what is the square of this one. So we will put map. We'll use map function. Okay, let's just discuss about the map function. Map will have two. We'll need 2 arguments. One of them is the functions and the iterable. So here, this is the iterable, which is our list, and this is the name of our function, which is a square. You don't need to put, you shouldn't put the parentheses, and then it will be listed in, then you need to use list to make sure that it is listed here. 149. Okay, let us define another thing. A square number 2 list. Okay, now instead of the map squared, I wanna define lambda function, lambda, example x to x to the power of 4, and let us run this again. Yeah, we need to, this is a function and this is iterable, so we need to use map here. Okay, now let us comment these ones and use another list, define another list. We'll put a string here. A, comma, B. Sometimes I use PyCharm, sometimes I use VS Code to make sure that you guys see both the environments. Or letter in letters. Instead of letters, I will put enumerate. Print letter. Or maybe cut this ones, or no. We use Alt. Control X. It is, we are in PyCharm, but so we will view mode, move to what happened, move to top right. Yeah. So okay, we see that it gives us a tuple. Tuple cannot be unpacked. So now we want to just see letter 0, which means that the first one, which is the index, and also if you want to put see the other one, A, as you remember, but it doesn't have 2 because it always gives you a tuple that has 2 items inside. Okay, there is another way. I can put directly index here and let's say print index and letter. The same thing. Both of them give us the same thing. To recap, you can use the for loop to iterate over the list. If you also need the index, you can use the enumerate function. You can unpack the tuple right here. So as I said, everything in Python is an object. If you want to add something to this list, we use the append method. So I want to add d, let us print letters and rerun this. I made a mistake. Print shouldn't put it here. Yeah, A, B, C, D. Because every time it will add one items. So let us add hyphen at the first or second position. But yeah, sorry. Letters that insert, we will use insert, and then we say print letters again. Okay, let us see what will be the result at the 0, 1, 2 third location, which has an index of 2. Okay, now let us again teach you another method. This one, pop, will remove the last items, which was D. If you pass, for example, 2, you see 2 was underscore, now it is gone. So now if you want to remove one object, we'll use remove. And if you don't know the location, for example, you want to remove the C, if you remove the C, and if you have 2C, it will just remove the first C that occurred. Okay, now if you want to remove a range of objects, you use del and example 0, 2, 2, and no, it doesn't work here. It is not a object. There's del letters 0, 2, 2. Okay, let us see. Sorry. List. Like a joke. This is another problem when from 0 to 2, that we remove the 0 and 1. 0 and 1 is removed, which is A and B. And if you want to clear clear is a method. So letters that clear, and since method is when the function, you have to use parentheses. So now we don't have anything, it's completely clear. So let us explain this again. We have a list of letters here, and it's not tuple, and we can use append method insert pop remove. But if you want to use del for removing several items, you have to put it because it cannot be a method for letters. But clear is a method, and when you have a method, you have to have two parentheses. Okay, now let us find the index of a list, index of an item in a list. Okay, let us find the position or index of an item here in the list. So we will use letters that index, example B. And I didn't save this. Okay. Oh, sorry, print. One. Let us put an object that is not here, for example, D. You will receive an error because this object is not in the list. I think in a lot of C-based programming languages, you will not receive an error. And here in Python, we will receive an error. And so if you want to get rid of this error, we will just use an if D. First, we check that the D in letters print index letters. So this is one, but this one doesn't show. B 1 1. Yeah, it works. This is important to know how to prevent the error from happening. There is a better way that I really like. It's better to use. If you don't want to use the if function, you can use the count B. For example, this is that if you want to print it is 1, but if you put D, give us 0. So I will use count method. Now let us check whether this we can reverse the item. Reverse. Okay, there is an equality sign. It means that it should be true or false. Now, instead of they're in the descending order. But if you print the numbers, it will change the whole list. But if you don't want to change the list, we can use sorted list, and then print numbers. And okay, but if we print the numbers, so let us so this one is a sorted one. Yeah, in ascending, but and this is the original one. So when you use a method, it will also affect the list itself. But here, if you don't want to change the list and you want to keep it, it will be sorted. Okay, this is in ascending. If you want to change this, you will add another. You will make sure that the reverse is true. You will add another argument which is called reverse, and you will set it to true. Okay, now let us have a list that has tuples inside. So like this. So if we want to sort these ones, for example, sorted items, it doesn't have any meaning because it is tuple. So we will define a new functions that will give us this index, which is the price, for example. Def, what we call these functions, for example, sort item, and we get the item. So this is the item, for example, and make sure that you have colon at the end. We return the item 1. So as you know, every tuple has 2 arguments. The first one is item 0 and the second one is item 1. Okay, I will use items dot sort item. Maybe sort item. Items. Let us run this program. Oh, we also forget to, as I said, we have to always separate them by comma. And let us clear these ones. Sort items, but we don't get anything. So it will print the product 2 item 1, okay, which is this tuple. Okay, let us discuss about these ones. So in the provided code in here, the list items contains tuples, each representing a product and its associated numerical value. The goal is to sort this list based on the numerical values which are the second elements of the tuples. Okay, so we define a function which is sort underscore item. It takes a single parameters item. I don't know why some people call it arguments. When we use it, the function, we call this argument, which is expected to be a tuple from the items list. For example, this give us, so it returns the second element of the item of the tuple, which is the numerical value associated with the product. And for sorting the list, here when we use this function, it will just use it, which is based on the second argument, the key argument set to the sort item here. So the key argument is set to the sort item function. Sort item is a function. So the key argument specifies a function to be called on each list element before making comparison for sorting. So, and then we can see everything. Remember that the sort method sorts the list in place, meaning the original list is modified. And the key argument specifies a function that extracts the part of the item, which is the tuple here. Extract the numerical value for comparison. Extract the part of the item to compare during sorting. Here the sort item functions extract the numerical value for comparisons. The sorted list has the tuples arranged according to the numerical values in ascending order. Ascending order by default. Okay, now let us keep this simple. Here I want to sort this, so I will use the sort method, and instead of this key I will use the lambda function. And sorry, the key is okay, the key is the lambda, and SQL receives item and give us item 1, exactly the functions. Okay, let us see the result again. The same results. So if you want to use a function in another method or function, this is a cleaner method and it's easier and faster. Okay, remember, you might ask me, how did I find that there was a key here at the first argument? If you click, hold or hover your cursor here, you will see that the method sort has a key and reverse, both of them. By default this is none, and this one is false. So you can also maybe reverse true. Let us try this one's. Control. Now it is reversed, you see? But again, you might ask, how did I find that it will accept as a functions? So here it is the key, tuple, support rich comparisons. So when we have a key here and we want to get any tuples, a string and integers, it means that any function can give this to us. That's okay. Okay, now let us use the map functions. So if you want to use the map function, let us see what it has. We need to have one iterable and one functions. For the function we use lambda, for iterable we use the items. Okay, now for the lambda, we need to select the, need to get the items, and it should return items 1, or it is much better than when we iterate to each of this, it will be item. We call this item, and we need item of 1. So now we will store this to x, print x. Now we say that for item in x, print item 9113. Okay, now if we do not want to use these ones, the idea is to use alternative methods. Just put your list and x1, I call this one x1. I will get rid of these ones. Print x1 is 9113. So this is how map function works. It will get the iterable map function, and it will apply this lambda functions on each of these items. Okay, now we have a question. Suppose that we want to just get the items that are more than $10. So what can we do here? Okay, this is what we want to do. So here we want to get the items that are, so we have an iterable here, which is items, and we use the lambda functions, and the lambda functions get one item from items. If it is, item of 1, the second of the tuples, if it is greater than 10, it will be true or false. As you see here, true, false, true. But we don't need these ones. So we will use the filter functions. So this function will also need an iterable, and if it is true, it will take it. Okay, let us use another way. I will call this one prices equal to, so for item in items. Okay, you remember we have a for loop. If we want to define the for loops, we will use, but we don't have a colon here, and we just say item for bracket 1. Okay, let us print prices and see the results. Maybe put this. 9, 1, 13. Get the same results. We call this least comprehensions. If you want to filter these ones, filtered, so if you don't want to use the filter or map, you can use this option instead of filter now. So we said item, we need the item, because we need a tuple, but we need to have if here we don't have colon here, if item 1 is greater than or equal to, for example, 10, for example, yep. And then let us rerun this. Okay. Yeah, it will give us the same filtered results. Okay, let us say why we need to learn about the map and also filter function, because a lot of people use that one, and when you want to read that with your code, you need to learn that. Okay, now in these lessons, assume that we have a list 1 and list 2. One of them is 1, 2, 3, 4, and the other one is 5, 7, 7. So you want to combine these two lists and make a tuple, such as this 1, 5. Since we have lists, we need to separate them by comma. 3, 6, 4, 7. So how can we do that? This is the question. Here we use a built-in zip functions. We cannot use the map function, because map, in the second argument, it will just take one list. And also we cannot use filter or, because it takes just one list. So here we just type zip. So if you just hover here, so that, okay, list 1, list 2, and we will okay, if we just put print functions, the result is you will see the zip object, and if you use list here, it will give us 1, 5, 3, 6. Okay, now let us add another iterable. For example, ABC, maybe D, and A, B, D is at the beginning. So we have a class which is called array, and we have a module which is also called array. Okay, if you want to define the numbers as an array, so I will just define numbers equal to, here the first one is a type code. Type code can be any integer. You can search it. This is integer, and then you just type okay, let us run these ones. Okay, let us see some of the methods for okay, now it is 44 is added to this array. So here when we say that it's integer, you cannot say that numbers 0 is equal to 1.0 because 1.0 is floating and it receives an error of float. So now assume that we have a list of numbers and we have three, one of the items is repeated 3 times. You want to make sure that you will just see the items just once. Okay, let us get rid of this. And if we say print, for example, Unix, so 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it is between the curly braces. And if you want to define, for example, Unix 1, you need to put curly braces 1, 4. Okay, now we will use a method of add, and we want to see what will happen. So now it is 44 is added, but if we put 4, let us see what will happen. Nothing will happen. Okay, in Python we have a very powerful data structure called dictionary. That is basically a collection of key value pairs, which map to, where each key is unique and maps to a specific value. Dictionaries are defined using the curly braces and can store data of various types, including strings, lists, integers, and here is an example of a dictionary. Example, person, curly braces, and then you will define everything here. For example, name, John, age, 30, city. Oh, there is one point, sorry. If you want to put here a colon, it will be a dictionary. Let us remove this one. I want to show you something first. Control S. So this is wrong, because in dictionary we need to use colon. So again, so here remember these values can be anything. There is no limitation, but this should be a string or immutable. And if we want to add more, for example, y colon 2. So let us try. And another point, when you again, as like list, we will separate all of them by comma. So print person. Okay, I didn't save it. So here we save this one, and we have our dictionary. In the previous section I forgot to say that. So when we have two sets, we can use different modules, actually not modules, operators. So this is the caret, this will minus, this is and this is. So here the first set, let us say formatting equals and then we will put will be save this one again and run this. So we forgot to. So here it says that if we have two sets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 6. So the first set and second set, either in this one or either in this one, it will be all of them. Okay, and so I didn't use curly braces here. Let us use the curly braces. I mean, the one is in this set and in this set. Here again, F quotations minus curly braces. We'll close curly braces. Okay, this one is caret. Okay, now let us rerun this. So minus means that it will minus 1, 2, 3, 4, minus 1. 6 is not here, so 1 will be removed. And 2, 3, 4, 6 is the ones that doesn't have any. The one is not here, and no similarity. So let us go back to the dictionary now. So as you remember, I defined list for you. I defined tuple for you. And what was the other one? List, dictionary, and set. And dict. You can also define dict. Okay, now let us define the dictionary. X Y two and here this is a dictionary, so so it's like a coordinate of a point. So set x equal to 1, y equal to 2. Remember, coordinate of a points. And then we say dict. So whenever you see the coordinates of some points in the, then you can just use this. So you don't need to deal with the quotes, and it is a little cleaner. And when you deal with the dictionary. Now let us see point of x, but if we say print, let's see what will happen. We will receive an error because this one should be in the quotation, and now it says 1. Let us change the key value of x to we don't need this, 10. And if we print point, so the key value of x okay, let us see what went. Oh, it's like a list. Why I put parentheses? Receipt 10. Okay, let us show you why you should use this. For example, if we have a list of 1, 2, 3, for example, list test, and print list test. So what is the issue with these ones? For example, it's a range 4. So if you want to get access to the second, actually third position in the list, we type this. We always use a square bracket. For the dictionary, because of this, we need to do the same thing. Okay, you might ask, how can I define a list that has one, two, three, 4. This one is also working, but not in the parentheses. So now there is a problem with the dictionaries when there is an. So when you say print, for example, point, for example, x, but x I know that it's available, but if I say a, and you will receive an error. So how can we remove this error? So we will use one option which is called get, and let us see the result. It says none. One option is none, or if we say if this key value in point print point H, and again this one should be always a square brackets. So this is important when we want to use the dictionary, list, whatever, it should be a square bracket. So here it will not return anything, or it will not perform it. It doesn't go to here because the condition is not met. But if you don't want to see, for example, none here, you want to get to give you another number, we just have another argument here. It should be in the get. I mean here, because it will work. It is the second argument for the get. So get key and default integer. Now it will return 0. Okay, now let us delete. We want to delete one. For example, x equal to 2. We want to delete one of them. So we say point x that's it. And then we say print x, print x before and after. Print maybe point. So here x is existed, but here we don't have any x as a keyword. Now how to loop over a dictionary. So we set for key in point, print, for example, key, and run this. We just have y. Let us have z here too. Z equal to 4. Oh, so this is point. Oh, we can define 4, for example. Save this ones. If you want to also point of the key, you can see y2 z4. So there were 3 options, so you can get rid of this part. So here we already point of key. Point of key. So there is another way. This is also important. You need to learn this. Point dot items, and instead of key, we say, for example, x. We say print x. It will give us a tuple. In each iteration, we get a tuple, a value, or key and value. Okay, the same results because it's a tuple, and this one is a tuple even it doesn't have parentheses. So now assume that we want to generate a dictionary with a for loop for example, x in range 5. We have values which is empty. And here we say values that append equal to we can say, for example, x. Let us see what will be the results, and then we print x. No, values, sorry. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a list. But you should always remember this formula. Expression and expressions for item in items, and it should be in the square bracket. So the expression here is value append, and then we copy this. And now we print the x or values. Now let us change this font and set, for example, x squared. X squared, and this we call this sample values, and if we can have already done this for a list, if you want to do this for a set, it should also work. So we need to remove these ones, and now we have a set. Now if we want to use the dictionary comparison with the dictionary, we will copy these ones again, and we have a key value. So let us run this. You see that we have a, but we don't need the parentheses here. We don't need the parentheses here. And the last one is a dictionary. Dictionary should be in the curly braces. This is set, this is list. And let us try one thing that people always ask. So do you think that we can, we can type like this. I want to say, no, we can't. Or like this. You will just see these results. It's for dictionary, but I recommend not to use these ones. Comprehension with dictionary. What about tuple? Okay, now let us check this for the tuple. If we put parentheses instead of curly braces, let us see what will be the results. It is a generator object. So that is, okay, let us first assume that we have a list which is the even number. So this is our expressions set for I in range, for example, 20, or my favorite number. So we want to print x, print values. Or let us, sorry, we put this one x, now 0 to blah 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 until 26. So all of these values are stored in the memory. For example, if we say for x in values, print x, but if you have a generator value, so if here we do the same thing, but instead of the square bracket I put the parentheses. Now so I save these ones, and if you see this one, let me show this one as 8, for example. So these values, it's like a tuple, yeah, but it is called generator object. It will print all of the values for you. But the thing is, if we get the size of this values, it will be very low. And let us print this. We need to also import sys from get size of yeah from, I don't know why, from sys import Okay, now again we generate another 8,000. And we print the same thing. It is still 200. Still 200. No matter what it is 200. Okay, now let's change this one to a list. and try it again. I don't know why. Yeah, this is the size of this. 6 meg. So, but let us show you something. Print. Okay, len of values here, which is a list. So it is 8,000 for this ones. But if I do the same thing here, it gives us an error because this one doesn't have any value. It will just loop over the iterate. Okay, now let us assume that we have a list. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, and we want to print the numbers. Oh, I forgot to. And now we print 1, 2, 3, 4. But we want to print 1, 2, 3 like this. 1, 2, 3, for example. So how can we print it individually like this? So let us try another thing. For unpacking, we use an asterisk and we will get the same results. Okay, now let us assume that we have a values which is list range 5, 6, 10. So we're going to print values. So we will print this list, but we want to print this individually. Now, if we this is a list, and if we say that this list, okay, let me define like this: values equal to range 6. It doesn't do anything, but if you put the asterisks, you will see that it's like 0, 1, 2, 3, and now I wanna also have hello, for example. All of them are. Now let us have one list, which is, for example, 1, 2. The second is 4, 5, and then have start first. And then we have A. So as you see here, print if we put the asterisk here, it will unpack. Hello, and all of them are unpacked. Okay, now let us do the unpacking for a dictionary. For example, we have a dictionary. Dictionary should be created by curly braces, such as, and I will put here x and colon 1. Second x2, and again we separate them by comma, y4, and combined it will be, add another one here, z. So for the combined one, use asterisk, double asterisk first, comma, double asterisk second. Okay, let us print combined and see the results. X, we have two key x. And it select one of them. Which one? From the seconds. And if you want, you can also have another parameter, t5. So remember here, the last value will be used. The last value will be used. I mean, when we have x2 dictionary, x1, x2, x, this was the key value, yeah, the 2 will be selected. Okay, interview question from, I do not put Google, I put it googly, maybe they say it's not, so no one knows what is googly. Okay, we suppose that we have a sentence, it's called, my name is Sayed Sajjad Mirjawadi. Okay, and we want to know that how many M we have here, how many space we have here. You want to show that the number sequentially. You have 20 minutes maximum to solve these questions. I'm waiting for you. Okay, so this is the sentence. It is a string. So the first thing you need to define an empty dictionary. For example, char frequency. And empty dictionary, it means that that's this. And we say that for I in, or when there is a char here, it's a char in sentence, any I in sentence, if char frequency char if char, because it is iterate, if char in char frequency. So we don't need to put this one because then we set char frequency plus equal 1, else if the column char frequency equal to 1 because this is the first time. So some people say I, okay, for I in sentence, I, if I in char frequency, if there is a I in char frequency, which is the first one is not, so it will go, it should be 1. And we should have else here because the else if, now we can say print char frequency. Okay, so is not iterable. Char frequency is say that for I in sentence, if I in char frequency plus equal 1, else char frequency equal to 1, print char frequency. Let us check this one again. So char frequency, which one actually? We should say here. Char frequency I, the same character actually. But this we replace this one with char, which is readable. Just run this one now. We wanna have more control on the printing stuff, so we say from print import print. Okay, so remember char frequency is a dictionary, so we have to, for key value we have to put it in the square brackets. So here instead of print we will put pprint char frequency, then we add to 1. Now it is much more beautiful. So remember, we can only sort list and we cannot sort the dictionary. We can only source the value of the dictionary. So now here we want to sort this one. So if we want to sort the char frequency, say print, we use the sorted functions, char frequency, and okay, let us run this one. See the results. If you remember, there is an issue here, so we don't know if it is correct or not. A, B, C, D. Yeah, it is sorted, but let's say items. I want to sort the tuple now here. It is an iterable, and also it has a key value, reverse boolean false, and key none equal to none. So we can define something here. So we use different lambda, for example kb1. Well, the thing is, when we have sorted, you will look at that, we have to also copy key. This is important. Key. Key equals to and also this one in the dictionary we okay, you see that N1, M1 and all of them are sorted. If we use pprint, now we want to reverse the sorting. If you just click on here, the reverse Boolean false. So here we'll add another comma. The reverse equal to true. Okay, now it's better to char frequency sorted equal to this sorted. Okay, char frequency dot items and we have a key here. Go to lambda KB, and for dictionary it will be a square bracket, the second key value actually, and again reverse equal to true. No, this is too long. It's better to put each part before comma. So for example, when we have this one here, and after the comma should be at the end like the dot. Okay. And then we set print char frequency, which is a new dictionary. Char frequency sorted, sorry. That. Okay, we will put 0 here and save it. It will give us times 20, and this is 0, and if we put 1, the first one, which is a tuple, is this 5 times it is repeated, the space. Okay, now let's dive into the section of exception. This is my favorite. Exceptions. Okay, suppose that the age input int input example age is equal to age, for example, and we run this program and we will add, for example, 5. It works. Now we will rerun it. The person put maybe, I don't know, something. It gives us an error. Here This is at line 400. So I was saying that now define a new variable x factor and 10 divided by age, and I insert age as 0, and our program crashed again. Okay, here we define another exception, except so 0 division error, and you say print age cannot be 0, and let's run it again. 0, yeah, it is not crashed, the program is not crashed. My microphone was not working. Okay, I will explain again. We have now we want to define a fruit, the class of fruit, and here C should be lowercase and the F should be uppercase, and then we define def. This is for attributes, okay? Init, and then you type self, and you can add more things here. For example, self dot name, for example, grape. Self dot color, equal to black, and this one should be between. So now we want to call a class my fruit. Okay, now we say print my fruit. Let us see what happened. This part is giving you the space part of the memory. I mean the part of the memory that the data is stored, the address of the memory, and this is what we get, the object. So now if we copy my fruit dot color, so this is an attribute, it is black. My fruit dot name, grape. So here, as I said, when we have a function, we call this parameter. So we will use self parameters there, followed by an attributes. Okay, here. Okay, now let us adjust these attributes by typing, for example, my fruit dot color to, for example, bluish or blue, and print my fruit dot color. Let us run this program. So now it's blue. It is dynamic. You can change these ones. So in this way, we are not restricted. But to the initial values we have selected. Okay, now let us have another approach. I will copy the class and I will put it as a parameter, for example, name and color. I set CLR, and then instead of this I put CLR, this one name. Okay, now let us define some other classes, some other objects from classes, for example, apple, fruit, and here apple. So here for the name, say apple, and we say golden apple, and banana, banana, and yellow, and kiwi, fruit, kiwi, and green. Okay, remember one thing. We must pass the self parameters to any functions here or methods or whatever. So if I want to define a new def, for example, details self, so you have to pass this self parameter to these functions first, and then you said print f I like self dot and name. Okay, we can think of methods. We can think of methods as functions related to objects. Oh, okay, now let us talk more about self. So the self parameters, let us talk about, let us define a new methods. For example, def, usually they have one space here, and announcements, so we have to put self here, init, we have it is in init, and then we say print announce, or no, pay attention to and in here we say plus, for example, one of these item, for example self.color, or maybe we defined, for example, date equal to expiry date, zero 07.20.2024. So if I put here expiry date, expiry date. Okay, if I put here cell, it doesn't understand these ones because this is a local here. And if I run this ones, let us see what will happen. I haven't received an error, but if I want to run announcement is a method for example, key dot announcement key dot announcement, and after that, since it's like acts as like a function, we have to put the parentheses, and if we run this one, we will receive an error because this is a local here, and it is defined on this init methods and not here. So we can define this one again. That is one way. So we run this. Now it works. But let us delete these ones. As I said, because it is a local, not global, announcement doesn't have any idea about expiry date here. So the other option is, instead of putting this one, you can have a self parameter in front of it, and again here you put add self parameter in front of it and rerun it. Or as I said, you can initialize expiry date without having self, as I showed before. So init is very significant. Init is a reserved name. So remember that the functions within the class will be called methods. We don't call it functions anymore. And the variables with the self prefix will be called attributes. So we will write this one down. Class. We lost that. So methods, functions inside a class. Attributes, variables with the self prefix. Okay, we also have objects here. Actually, when we call the variables, not variables, remember these three things. Okay, now let us go for a test. Not for the class. I want to challenge you for a test how to prime numbers. So we will use def functions is prime. Why I am using this after class? Because I wanted to make sure that you remember how to use the functions. This is function, not method. Okay. And we will just have an input of n. Let's delete these ones. So this will return n. Return true. If n is a prime number. False otherwise. Okay, usually they put this one in 3 like this, but whatever. Let's start with 1. So if n equal to 1, return false. 1 is not a prime number because it just starts with 2, 3. Okay, so we have to remember this, but when we have an if statement, we have to have, and also return should have been indented at least 1. So the return false. So another issue is that we are in the def, so we have to indent it again, and this one indent again. So for any number, I mean for I in range from 2, start from 2 till n, if n modulus d to 0, return false. Okay, now otherwise return true. So let us try for n in range, for example 10, okay, is prime, and let us run this program. And division by d. Okay, d is divisible, so I just change this to d. It's run. And print. Print is now. So the first one is 0. So we can, so I will start from 1 to 10 again. So the first one is false, 2, 3. Okay, now let us type like n, like this. So 1 is false, 2, 3. Okay, now import the time functions. Time, and we say, for example, time here. Time is equal to t0. It is one of my favorite actually. And then t1 or t final or whatever. Time. But remember, when you have this, it is a, you have to have the parentheses. We say print required for finding the prime numbers t1 minus t0. Let us rerun this. Okay, it is, make it 1000. Okay, this one takes a lot of time. I will just type Ctrl C and it's not working. Now cancel. Okay, now let us see how can we make this one lower. So define this, import, actually this one should be here. I will define a new functions, or let's go back to the class first. I want to define a new class. I will call it point. I will show that with the capital P and colon, that's it. And then I will define the init and self comma x comma y. Again we put colon. And then I type self.x equal to x, self.y equal to y, but we need to make sure that the spacing is correct. And then we define def draw self, you have to put self, and point or print, maybe print f point class point of what. Then we have to put curly braces self dot x comma, again curly braces self dot y. I want to remind you something. So when we have a class, we have objects, attributors, and methods. So here, and as I said, we have attributes, which is this one, for example, here, and we have methods. So you should remember the difference between the attributes and methods. And we call the first one, that is with init, attributes. Now we are telling that what are the attributes of self. Self.firstName, self.lastName, self.age. And this one is a method for this class. Okay, this is an object. Remember this. Okay, now let us go back to the, forget about the, I want to give you another exercise, how to make the prime number task faster. Later you can do this whenever you are free, or let us do it now. I think it's easy. So I will copy everything, and so I will say that if d in range So why we should come until n? Why not sqrt of n? Sqrt of n plus 1, because we know that if half true of the numbers, if it goes and it is divisible on one of them, then that's okay. Or if it is not divisible, it is not a prime number. It is a prime number. So okay, that's the problem with sqrt now. Okay, when you want to have another version, it is better to rename it version 1 and version 2, for example, underscore v1 and it's prime here v1, and here we use underscore version 2, and we also add import mass, and we should know that we need to have the floor of these ones, and when we use this, it shouldn't be sqrt itself, mass, that's sqrt, and we use floor of this, floor of these ones, and mass dot floor again. So let us, and if you use prime v2, let us see what will happen. Oh, okay. Okay, let us change these ones. So t1 minus t0, I will call it dt v2, and here v1, I will say that, okay, print dt v1 dt v2. Let's just run these ones. So for 100 or 1000, it looks like this. Let us change it again for 10,000s. So for one of them is half usually. If I make it 100,000s, and this one also 100,000s. Save these ones. Here we can also remove these ones. We rerun this. Okay, let us have another version now. We will use another version now. We want to use, okay, version 2 again. Def prime number is prime. And we have an n here. We said if n equal to 2, not equal to 2, and divisible by 2. Zero, for example. So this one will be a number, and we have to compare this. So we'll have this. You said return false. It's not a prime number. And again, if n equal to 1, it's not a prime number again. Return false. So it will ignore 2 now, and then you say that if n now here it comes here, and it will check that if it is n is 1, so it will come out. And if n equals to not 2, but it is and n here is 2, it comes here. It's the if not 2. Let's go to the next one. We have to separate 2 again here. So we say that if n equal to 2, return true. If n greater than 2, and suppose that if n is greater than n divisible by 2 equal to 0, then it is returned. We said that here, instead of this one, we will say greater than 2. Okay. Now here, we will use our for. Say that for d, for example, in range as divisible. Because of this, we use d. And a lot of people use d because of the divisible. In range what? 3. Let's just start with 3. And then we use floor mass.floor mass.sqrt and we will go how many with a step of 2. If n divisible by t, or I, to 0. Return false. Because when n is divisible by t, for example 5, a number 5. Okay, now let us use the timing method again. The time, and here we put t1 or t0. T1 minus T0 dt v3, and we said that print dt v3. So it is very low. So for I will put it 100. Also this one I'll make it 100, and this one also I will make it 100. So let us print also. Okay. I will hold Alt and move down this one and Control S, and let's rerun this. So you see here, the first one is very high. Again, I will make it 1000. It is not noticeable. Oh. Nothing actually. 10,000. We make it 10,000. I hope we will see some difference here. This is a very famous problem. So here you see the first one is this, and then it is divided. It is 50%. Now the third one is more. Let us put here 1 plus, and then again here we will put 1 plus, and rerun this. So this is 42, and this one still is higher. So remember these numbers, 29. Yeah, I want to keep this in. I will save these ones. So each time it will calculate these ones, I think. Oh. Then I can take a screenshot. And I will call this one max divisor x divisor and now I remember 29 14 blah blah blah. Let us run this now. $29.14. Now it is more because we have something. Okay, let's also copy this one here, and instead of this we copy divisor. Remember this one is 2844, and we want to run this. It is still more. It is getting more. Okay, less than 1 second. If we go for 100, we will put a range number. I don't know. For example, until a number. For example, I don't know. XX. Okay, and I will say that okay, XX is 10. 10,000. XX here and also here. Okay, let us run this program again. Now this one is higher than this one. It's weird. Okay, let us put it